Hello, guys, gals, and all my non-binary pals. My name is Akihiko Hishimoto, and I will be your dungeon master for this campaign. Before we begin, I would like to warn you that this is a dark fantasy-themed campaign, which is heavily inspired by gothic and vampiric media and literature, such as Castlevania, Hellsing, Dracula, and many, many others. Because of this innately horrific and mature nature of this setting, there will be many mentions and instances present of very serious and dark topics. This is your one and only disclaimer that if any of the following subjects presented here are triggering for you, or you are not above the age of 18, then this series is not one for you, nor the faint of heart. However, if you have steeled yourself and are ready to brave the horrors of the night, then I would like to welcome you to Castlevania Blood Debt. Grab a snack, turn the lights down low, and brace yourselves for the horrors of the night. Let us see just what kind of story unfolds right before your eyes. And I shall see you on the other side.
Got your ass.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Castlevania Blood Debt in the new year of 2026. Who would have thought? Here we are. Not me.
Day one of January of 2026.
Thank God. I was thinking it was gonna turn to the 32nd of 2025, and that would have been bad. But in any case, hello guys, gals, and non-binary pals. I am Akihiko Hishimoto, your time-traveling, spacefaring, and reality-hopping VTuber extraordinaire, as well as the DM for this dark and delectable D&D campaign. And joining me, as always, are our intrepid heroes. Say hi, intrepid heroes.
Hi, intrepid heroes.
What's
up?
I don't want to age up. I don't want to age up.
Uh-huh. And if you all wish to introduce yourselves.
My name is BZ Bugman Extraordinaire, currently being held captive by my adoptive mother.
I'm Jevix, robot man, currently thinking about ways to escape adopted mother.
I am Freya, succubus woman. This is the second person I didn't want to see, so I am also thinking of a way to hopefully get out of this situation.
I'm Lucifer, and I must change my last name, so I shall henceforth be known as Lucifer Raisinbread.
Oh my god.
All right, then. And since it has been quite a while with December and the holiday season, for our recap, why not go big for the recap, huh? Yes. We're gonna speed run this. So,
Oh my god.
all of you met in a tavern in the wonderful town of Gresset.
You're turning robot.
Hello,
It's fine
hello.
for me.
Okay,
Yeah, I
that's
didn't
a
hear
skill
the
issue
robot.
on your part. Get wrecked. You all met in Gresset at a a nice little tavern, and eventually you all talked to each other. You sort of got to know each other a little bit before eventually screams erupted in the courtyard to find 2 hanging nobles. You all decided to join together and investigate, that being with Wallachia being as dangerous as it is, traveling in numbers is always a good plan. You all began investigating, you found out that there were silver chains, and eventually it led you to discovering that the people who owned the orphanage in Gresset were, the nobles were werewolves in disguise, and so you killed them along with a little help from a mysterious individual that you would learn to be Rajah, who is a were-tiger who seems to have his primal side in check, who would serve as a companion and friend to you all during your time in Gresset, as you would first go off on a mission to find the source of these lycanthropes and cut it off at the source, where you would eventually find Bjorn, a werebear who was leading these werewolves, and through sneaking in and infiltration, eventually end up killing and defeating both the werewolves and the werebear, known as Bjorn. However, in doing so, the lovely Freya got bit and was threatened with the infection of lycanthropy. However, thanks to her patron's benevolence, the curse of lycanthropy was removed, but in exchange, the party would have to do a favor for her patron, and that was to destroy a vampiric abomination that was heading towards Targovista. Before that, however, they returned to Gresset and encountered a Death Knight, which challenged them to help cleanse the corruption of Gresset, or he would wipe Gresset off the map, essentially. So, they went to the guard captain, who is known as Slatemane, helped out with that, before eventually killing off one of the bandit leaders and turning the other bandit leader, Ralston, who everyone in the party loves, into a ally. With that being done, the Death Knight saw it as an appropriate accomplishment for the challenge and rewarded you all with different things: weapons, experience, knowledge, so on and so forth. And for some bonus points, who remembers what it is, what piece of information the Death Knight gave to you all?
Wasn't it the location of, it was something in Transylvania.
It was a riddle.
Alucard's tomb.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember the riddle?
Give me 1 second.
We had it written down.
You do.
For Wallachia's sake, in the Dark Lord's shadow lies the world's light, Wallachia's last hope against the endless night. Travel to the land's heart, where the sun lies hidden from blight.
Indeed. This piece of information was given to you all by the Death Knight before it went on its way, and you all would eventually finish up all your business in Gresset, say goodbye to Slatemane, Rajah, and the orphanage, which is now under the care of a veteran named Elijah, and you would all make your way towards Targovista. In doing so, you would eventually make it to Targovista and find the vampiric abomination in a church, a dilapidated, old, and run-down church, where you would all fight it before, after an intense combat, successfully slaying it. However, it seems that you were not the only ones there for that reason, as you met a mysterious and cloaked individual, who would then be revealed to be none other than a Belmont, a member of the Belmont clan, which is a clan of monster hunters that had long since thought to be dead and extinct since their exile by the church from Wallachia. After confiding in you all this information, as well as showing you all his secret hideout in the church, he decided to give you a little bit of advice, as well as allow you to go through his hideout and take resources there as you needed to help you in your fight, but ultimately he would not aid in the battle. for going against the Night Council and trying to kill a vampire, as you all wish to do as your main goal, would put him in far too much danger. And after some bitter exchanges and a duel between him and BZ, he would leave you all to the church. After that, it would be revealed that Freya's patron is none other than the greater vampire lord of Transylvania, known as Damien Lazarus. This revelation brought up some conflict within the party, but after a good night's sleep and some talking, you all continued your way to Targa Vista to meet up with Lucifer's family, the Ravencrests, or at least his adoptive/cover family. As you enter and you meet up with his family, you tour his manor, things are going great until dinner arrives, and an unexpected guest joins you all. None other than the greater vampire lord of Transylvania, Lucifer's father, Lucien de Lioncourt. After an extremely... Targa Vista, yes, sorry. After an extremely intense dinner and then some continued exchanges throughout the night and the beginning of the day, you all would try to make your way out of Targa Vista as quickly as possible in order to evade Lucien as best as you could. Eventually, you all would begin to leave, and as you do, you would hear a tale of a cult of demon worshippers that were causing trouble. As you leave the city of Targa Vista, you decide to go ahead and keep an eye out for these cultists and eventually find them as you reunite with another old friend of a cultist woman that one of you had previously torn out the tongue of and done a little bit of torture with, who had come back half possessed by a demon with chain devils in tow, and after a fight and eventually killing them, you all decided that it might be best to try and return to Targa Vista in order to claim the reward for hunting down these cultists. However, as Lucifer began to prepare himself, getting on the back of his trusty wolf to try and make a solo journey quickly to Targa Vista, as you were not too far away from it, in order to claim the bounty and then return to you all would encounter another unsavory individual, leading us to where we are now. As you all stand on the roads in this dark forest, the clouds covering any sunshine of the sky above, and snows falling from the sky, as you all stand before Carmilla, the creator of both BZ and Jevix, and the greater vampire lord of Bryla. And so, we shall begin. As you, BZ, sort of feel the magics and coalesce around you and sort of freeze you in place as you charge at her, she'll just shake her head.
Pretty sure she had me like shut up after I told her to go fuck herself.
She did. Your jaw was locked up as well.
Now then, that is not very well-mannered of you. I came here merely to visit, and I believe, as your brother would know, making any illogical decisions here is a near guarantee of your quick end.
And she'll sort of look at you, Jevix, as she says that.
Why are you here?
Evaluation. Lucien has met you all, and I believed that I should as well, in order to be able to gauge what exactly it is that well, tries to pose threats to us in the Night Council, and I must say,
She'll sort of look over each one of you up and down, doing it extra long for both Freya and Lucifer.
I am thoroughly not impressed.
Well, then you can be on your way and be not impressed somewhere else.
You are not going to introduce me to your... what is the human term? Friends. Son. I believe that is only appropriate conduct in such a manner for an event as this.
Knowing you, you already know everything about them. So... no, I don't think I will.
Fine then. And what about them? Half-blood and... assistant?
She will look to Lucifer and Freya.
I expected more from my, well, my father's, are you even a bed whore for him, or what?
The terminology you are looking for is partner. Specifically in the business term, but no, I am not. Such frivolous actions are not needed. They are illogical and emotional. And those are the two things that I do despise most. But I already know all I need of you, Hypothesis. The true reason I come here is to give you but a final opportunity. Forgo whatever foolish ambitions you may have about killing Lucian and I, about destroying the Night Council, and instead work with us as assets.
You've
After
run
all,
the numbers.
of course I have. And the numbers say that with your aid, we will reach our destination quicker and easier than without it.
Then I'm sure that they also say that the odds of us agreeing are slim to none.
You were always the clever one. That's why you were my favorite.
And you see she'll wave her hand and you will feel your body be freed, BZ.
Easy, just like crumples to the floor.
Jevix is going to take a step towards, like BZ, kind of just like steady him a bit. Well, I know one thing is that something that you despise more than emotion is wasted data. So, I would recommend you leave us be so we can continue on our fruitless journey. So you can gather all the data you can get when we inevitably fail.
Oh, you truly know the way to your mother's heart. I figured the percentile chances of you accepting my offer were rather slim, but non-zero. However, should you continue on this path, I am certain you will at least remove one or two of those. Of the vampires who have not already come to recognize our undoubted victory. So, if your decision is to continue on this meaningless crusade, then so be it. It shall only prolong the inevitable conclusion. I figured I'd at least extend the hospitality to my sons and their friends.
Don't call us your sons, you whore.
I believe whore is an incorrect term, seeing as I have no need for any sexual activities to create life. But in any case, if you wish to choose the losing side, that is on you, my son. I'm sure you know the chances of your victory without proper allies behind your back. I simply hope that you know what you're doing. Well then, Half-Blood and assistant. I suppose the term most commonly used would be, it was a pleasure meeting you, but it was not. Farewell then, till next we meet, and I hope that your travels fare better than I calculate them to, but you never know until the experiment is ready.
And she will simply nod to you both before turning around, her hands behind her back and under her cape as she begins to just walk away.
She's like out of eyesight. Javix is just gonna kind of drop to his knees and just let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding.
You will feel the clouds begin to sort of clear up.
Easy will sort of like stand up, go to like the nearest tree, and just like start punching it over and over again to get his frustration out.
Sorry, you two. Well, all of you.
Lucifer's just gonna walk over to Jevix and help pick him up.
You have no
All right.
reason to apologize. You did well in her presence, despite how many emotions you must have been feeling, both of you.
It doesn't deserve another second to live.
Her time will come.
Yes, as we are right now, there's nothing we can really do.
Well, I suppose we should carry on then. It might not be
But-
worth heading back to Targa Vista at this point then.
We did a good deed at least with the cultists, so that's good enough for me.
I mean, considering what we just went through, I think, we're already heading back. We might as well keep going.
I would say this happened right before you were about to... Because Lucifer was going to head back on his own. This was right before he was about to leave the party.
Mm-hmm.
It is now up to you all if you do wish to return to Targa Vista to claim the reward and under the threat of being in Lucian's territory, for longer or continue to Transylvania.
If Lucian still wishes to go, I don't mind waiting.
Do we know what the state of Transylvania is? Like, is it just very desolate, or are there, like, still some...
There are not many human outposts. It's pretty abandoned. Most villages or things like that most human settlements are like very small like villages, but there are towns and occasionally ruined cities that are used in it, but they're most often used by creatures of the night or monsters. Or Transylvania is kind of like a safe place for non-human individuals.
Okay. Seeing as
Due
how we're
to
going somewhere...
how its lord runs it. And it being, the place where Dracula used to rule.
Okay. Seeing as how we're going to be going somewhere where we may have need for funds, maybe it's best to still get the reward money, just to make sure we have extra to spend in case.
I can head back if that's what we want to do.
Yeah. I would have been more nervous, but seeing Camilla like that, I don't think she's going to bother us again anytime soon. It would get in the way of her data.
Well, in the meantime, the three of us can set up a camp near here.
Yeah, we still need to rest after that.
So then, is the plan to have Lucifer run back to Targa Vista, claim the reward, and then run back to you all while you all take a rest?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, then. I'll say for you, Lucifer, just roll a Constitution save for you and for your wolf, Morgan. Just to see how generally well you guys fare during the
14 and 21. Or, well, 13, 17. Not advantage, but the sheet's on advantage.
All right, you will manage to, in the time that it takes for them to all take a long rest, so about like 8 hours or so, you will manage to get back there. You quickly bring over proof of the cultists are dead because of who you are. They don't question anything. They give you the reward. You see that the reward is you see the reward is 15 gold.
All right.
You see one of the priests gives it to you and says, "I'm afraid this is all we have to spare."
You don't
Which I
have any
suppose
holy water or
roll an
anything else lying
insight
around?
check for me.
I'm great at these.
You, as someone who's, from Transylvania, who's from Targa Vista, who knows it pretty damn well, you know this is not all they have to spare.
Generosity is noted. I'll make sure to give my thanks to the head priest. And your name was?
Father Daniel.
All right, Father Daniel. I'll make sure that my gratitude is expressed to your higher-ups for your generous sum of 15 gold for dealing with cultists that have been plaguing the lands. I appreciate that.
He'll sort of just nervously nod to you.
All right. I'll turn to leave and just see if he's gonna stop me to try to give me more or not. He's gonna
You
call
see
my
simply
intimidation.
waving at you as you leave.
Okay, that's fine.
Damn, he's committed.
Hey man, it's rough out here in Wallachia. All right then. And with that, you all would be able to take a long rest, and by the time that long rest is up, Lucifer will have returned on the back of Morgan. Weirdly enough, for you all, the long rest was very quiet and uneventful. Airily so, as if there weren't even animals around.
Okay.
I get a long rest too because of her saddle, correct?
With that Constitution save, yes.
Okay. Very good.
Anything else? As you all reunite after having rested.
Out of character, how long till we reach Transylvania?
You, like, the fact that Lucifer was able to run back to Targa Vista and then back to you guys in the span of a long rest, you guys have essentially just started your journey, but it'd only be like till you get to the border to and into to the border of and into the territory of Transylvania with your horses 3 days.
Okay.
Without them it probably would have been like 6. All right, do you do anything before you begin your travels?
Freya would have checked in on Jevix and BZ in the morning. Just like while you two were at the campfire or something, and I just wanted to make sure you two are okay after everything.
Yeah, about as okay as I can be.
Well,
Still a little shaken, but I stand by my thoughts that she shouldn't interfere anymore.
I agree as well, especially once we reach my home. I do not think she will trek there. Neither Lucian. What about you,
You
BC? Oh, sorry?
Oh, wondering myself how BZ was doing.
BZ just like looks at the fire a bit and he just like whispers in his breath, just saying, I should have been able to do something at least. All she did was just catch me in the air and it was useless.
You will be able to do something, though, BZ. It'll just take a bit longer.
He just continues looking at the fire, sort of like looking at it as if it's like a sort of hyperfixation of his.
Don't worry, we're gonna get stronger, BZ. He kind of sits up and starts packing up his things, puts on a newish looking pair of boots. Is Lucifer up?
As you say
Yeah.
I might
that,
have just got back.
I was about to say, as you say that, Lucifer, you would hear the footsteps as Lucifer would probably be like would be waking up in the saddle of Morgan as Morgan approaches.
Oh, well. Speak of the Lucifer.
I don't know how worth that was, but your reward, and I'll toss everybody 5 gold.
Oh. Really
Yes.
lining the goodness of their hearts, aren't they?
Stingy priest.
Well, it mean 5 gold is 5 gold.
We at least took care of one blight in this hellhole.
Well, I don't know about you all, but I'm a bit excited to get out of this territory, so.
Yeah, with all the religious people, I could see why.
Yeah,
Yes, it's quite unfortunate.
let's get going.
All right, then. You all get up and prepare to set off. So, you are heading directly towards the location of the Belmont hold that you all have sort of triangulated using the journal and map that you discovered in the in Victor Belmont's hideout. Correct?
Yes.
All right, then. It'll take you 3 days to probably get out of Transylvania into the territory, and then I'd say probably another 3 days to get to that location. Maybe better it depending on how you roll, because it's not like you know the location of a town that you're trying to get to. You're trying to like weirdly follow somewhat vague instructions. So for that, we are just going to have each of you roll a D100 to see
Yay!
what happens during the travel.
Okay.
Okay, guys, you could.
Ooh!
Huh.
Okay.
On second thought, fuck you, I want you to die. That horror mark really bothered me.
What whole remark?
Both me
Nothing.
and Jevix called her a whore.
No,
Yeah,
Javix
you
didn't
know
call her
what?
whore.
Beezy.
Easy, sorry. Yeah.
Well then. That is certainly something, huh? Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Vampire Lord number 3.
Okay then. With the 234s, as you all are traveling, the first 3 days or so are pretty rough. The snow really starts to pick up, and it starts to get pretty cold and hard to see. Fortunately, you have a path to follow, so it's not too hard to stay on course, but it's not very fun traveling during the day. Even with all the warm clothing that you got commissioned and your some of your body's more adaptable capabilities to inclement weather and things, you have to clean snow off of the horses and carriage. You have to clean snow off yourself. The first 3 days are pretty rough, and the storm doesn't seem to let up until about halfway through day 3. But fortunately, because of the storm, it also seems like you all didn't have to worry about running into any undead or monsters of any sort, as the cold was as rough on them as it was on all of you. However, on about the 3rd day, you will begin to, you specifically, Freya, will recognize that you guys begin to enter into the actual territory of Transylvania. As you can sort of see the general nature of the area begin to shift and change into a lot less forests and a lot more sort of open areas. And as well as the storm beginning to die down. Is there anything you all would have done during those days?
Nothing really comes to mind. Probably just daily maintenance on Jevix's like gear and stuff, making sure nothing's getting like rusted or damaged from the cold.
All right. Everyone else?
BZ would have made sure to make Haru and any of our other animals well treated.
You do so. You clean them off, make sure they're doing good and well.
Lucifer would have just been spending a little bit of time thinking about things. How abysmally his homecoming was.
Yeah.
I would say Freya will just. She also is thinking about some things.
All right, then. And so you all, on this 3rd day, you all sort of begin to enter the territory of Transylvania. You can feel the snow get lighter. You can sort of feel it get darker generally than usual. A lot more clouds in the sky, though less snow at this point. And it's a lot more of open terrain and area. It's, for a lot of you who haven't been, it's to Transylvania and have sort of stick in your home territories, it's sort of a very different feeling than both Targa Vista and Bryla, as well as even Gresset, are pretty forested. Usually they've got a lot of forests, a lot of trees, with the occasional clearings, but Transylvania seems to be very open and very valley and hill orientated. And because of that, it feels a lot less cluttered.
Okay. Do we have like are we far enough in that we have a spot where we can like pitch our horses?
I would say so.
Okay. Jevix is gonna go do that.
On our travels, there wasn't seems to be much other travelers on our way, right?
No. You're guessing because of the intensity of the snowstorm that people probably either just buckled down or didn't travel. Probably canceled whatever travels they might have had planned. Not everyone's quite as big a units as you guys are.
I will say, to be in Transylvania, Freya looks significantly more relaxed.
Home
As she sets
territory,
up
right?
her stuff. Yes, it's been a little bit since I've been back. It's nice.
Well, let's just hope it stays nice.
I'm sure it will.
Anything we should be aware of before going further in?
Well, know that there are a lot of night creature civilizations. Not every group you see together is necessarily immediately hostile. Many of them are trying to live their own lives. There are some humans, not many, regretfully here. They tend to poke their nose in places they shouldn't. Shouldn't have to worry about Lucien or Camilla or anyone showing up here. Damien regularly patrols the territory, so
You think we'll see the big man himself anytime soon?
knowing him, he might pay us a visit. It's been about, since I started my travels, probably 2 months or so since I've seen him in person. You won't have to worry about him doing anything, though. There wouldn't be a point. In fact, he has mentioned he is interested to meet all of you, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm pretty interested in meeting him, knowing having an ally as powerful as him could be an advantage.
Definitely will be. I think it would be a wise choice. Even Lucien, as much as he hates it, he knows that he effectively is much weaker to him. I mentioned it to his face the other day, and he got rather upset.
Why hasn't Damien started anything sooner?
Well, partly because I believe in my suspicion based on what Carmilla slipped out about other vampires working with them potentially. He knows they're forming a coalition, so to speak. Effectively, for him to go through and dredge through every single... How do I word this? The fight between us and Vampire Lord is going to lead to much less devastation than a fight between 2 or more Vampire Lords. In
Makes
some of
sense.
these places, there wouldn't be territory to rule afterwards.
So basically, it's more beneficial for us to be the ones fighting than a clash between multiple titans.
That's why they haven't made a move on him. Because they know that.
They'd lose off on a lot of resources for themselves.
Exactly. Plus, in the case of Lucien, I know you all are not fond of Damien and a lot of his opinions on humans, but the difference between the two of them is Damien might kill humans. Lucien would keep them as pets, so to speak. He doesn't want to
I'll,
lose that.
I'll keep my opinions till we meet him.
What about you, Lucifer?
I I can't see eye to eye with any of their ideals.
A shame, but I imagined it would be the case. Even he does not expect the three of you to meet him and simply run over to his side. That is not how this works.
I have been contemplating on certain things on the future after the whole ending the Night Council situation. If you are right, this might actually be a good home for me in the end.
It is why I call it my home. I do not have to hide here the same way I do others. Because I understand some of you might hate Damien, some more than others. But at the end of the day, whether or not you want to believe it or not, all of you are night creatures. He will see you as his people. He does his best to have this be a place where we can live. I at least hope whatever happens in the end, Transylvania remains that way for those who are left.
Well, I try and look at things from a logical standpoint. I'm trying not to be as severe about it as I'm sure you saw Camilla was. But if working with him will help take out the evil in this world, then that's what we'll have to do. Whatever comes after, we'll just have to decide from there. And as far as my opinion on humans, I'm fairly indifferent when it comes to humans, night creatures. I try and look more at the individual, other than what they are. So, I would hope that after all this is taken care of, that it doesn't become just a place for night creatures, but for everyone. At the same time, I know that's wishful thinking. It takes more than toppling dictators to change the minds of people. But I don't know. I don't want to spend time thinking about what could be when we haven't gotten there yet.
Understandable. All I know is that we will kill our way up the 7.
All right then. Anything else as you all are preparing to rest for the night?
Jevix is just going to use the homuncular servant, just kind of like try and like have it move a bit less robotic like. So, just kind of like, hey, we're still alive.
Trying to give a signal to Lucifer's sister.
Yeah.
I'd say as you tune in to it, you would see that it's sort of resting at like on top of like a dresser, and you can see Lucifer's sister is sleeping in her bed.
Okay. He's going to stop focusing on it, uh, and just kind of take a sigh of relief that nothing's happened in the 3 days that they've been gone.
All right. Everyone else?
BZ will go over to Lucifer and sort of like put out a hand, a little spark before going to sleep.
Yeah. That should help me loosen up. Thanks, BZ. You always know how to get me out of my funks.
Yeah, BZ sort of like nods his head and sort of like takes Lucifer out somewhere.
All right. You find a open enough field, and the two of you draw your blades. You're free to just roll attacks.
Yeah. Are we like farther away from the other two?
If you want to be, you can. You can go as far as you want.
Yeah, at least out of earshot from
The other two.
the other two, yeah. Okay. I will roll 19.
13.
All right.
First one goes to BZ.
How do you describe your attack, Lucifer?
It's seemingly like lackluster.
Hmm.
There is a lethargy behind the blade.
Yeah. BZ uses sort of like takes your emotional state to his advantage and sort of like makes you fall over and sort of like points his blade towards your neck. Are you hung up on your dad or you're hung up on Damien?
Both, I suppose.
Are you... What is your opinion on Damien, anyways? Without, Freya in earshot.
Well, you've seen the people in Targa Vista. Did they seem like livestock to you? Pets? Or did they seem like people who were trying their best to live a life? Despite, the emphatical churchgoers. Most of the people living there were just regular people.
BZ will sort of like pick Lucifer up and go for a second round as he brings his sword. Another 19.
You're gonna get brought on by almost unexpected fury.
Hmm.
Bunch of leaping attacks.
As you sort of like go for a leap, I sort of parry each one, and suddenly you feel your hand loosen from your you feel your hand loosen the grip on your blade, and it just falls onto the ground as I bring the sword to your neck once again. You know, at this point, I'm sure you know that it's not that simple. Maybe Damien could be more, I'm trying to remember this word. Isolationist. Try not to interfere with human people. If we help him and bring down the other vampire lords, there could be some hope for anyone, not just humans.
Is that a world you want to live in? Artificial borders, enforced by death and animosity.
It's better than, I guess, fighting nonstop. Beezy will let you pick up your blade.
All right, let's go again.
All right. 15.
16.
All right. You see as BZ sort of like looks at you and basically goes for another attack towards your neck, sort of like going for like the same sort of like strikes as he's been doing before, and you're able to sort of like catch him on it.
Okay, as you kind of come in, what I'll go to do a return thrust, and as you get ready to parry, like you have been, I'll just turn the blade off and just strike you in the chest with the pommel. I mean, I don't want to keep fighting endlessly, and I don't want people to die, Z, but the cycle will continue. One skirmish on a border, one child goes missing because of a rogue night monster, a horde of angry humans charges in and slaughters a village like Freya's, and then Damien recuperates, reciprocates, returns, and destroys, and the cycle begins anew. The only way we're gonna stop it is if coexistence, cohabitation are the goal.
I don't know if that's going to be in line with anything Freya or Damien are thinking of doing. Not from what I've talked to her about. From their standpoint, it's either trying to keep humans at bay or being absolutely massacred.
Yeah. I know. That's where the confliction comes, because I won't abide that. If I'm gonna go and walk this road, then I'm gonna see it through to the end. Or die trying.
All right. BZ goes in for another attack. 22. Ooh. All right.
I'll charge in. And when I see you getting ready to counter the blow, I'll just toss my sword down.
Well, if you want to get to the goal that you seek, you need to start thinking about the now, then whatever's fucking with your mind on your dad and Damien.
Yeah, I'm trying to work through it. Let's just assume that we kill them. We kill all of them. And then what? We're recognized as heroes of Wallachia or new threats. Either or. And still we strive to just do what we think is best. I know what I'll have to do, but I can't really do it alone. If I push too far one way, I'll become a monster, and if I'm too lenient, I'll allow turmoil and monsters to grow. If that were the case. And it's a constant battle. Reality versus ideals. Actuality versus probabilities.
The more I start to... Well, the more I've been traveling with all of you, the more I've been talking to this... And he sort of like gestures to his flaming sword. He sort of like looks at the flames and says, the more I see that for this world to progress, you need more gray than you need both black or white. Sometimes, to get what you need, we gotta make our hands dirty. Even if we are called monsters, if the end of it all is sunshine and glory, then I guess it all really will be worth it.
Thanks, BZ. Hopefully it will.
BZ will sort of like sort of like pat you on the shoulder and sort of like says, Freya's worried about you. Honestly, with the amount of times you've been sort of like brushing her off on Damien, I feel like it's not fair. At least give her a chance.
Yeah. You're right.
And BZ will
Alright.
start walking back to the camp.
All right then. Would Jevix and Freya have been talking about anything while that was going down?
I would say Freya would approach Jevik. I did want to thank you for something.
Well, for the thing in the tavern?
Oh, not quite, but back at Lucifer's house. In fact, even since Damien's identity has been known, you've been the only one consistently willing to listen to me about it. Wanted to thank you for that.
Well, it's not really something you have to thank me over. I listened to what was being said, and knowing that right now, the powerful allies that we have are still not enough. So, having an ally that is more powerful than one of the lords we're trying to kill and doesn't really seem hostile towards us, it just added up.
I still appreciate it, though. I know it can be a bit to overlook. So I don't necessarily explicitly blame the other two, but I do worry when I see their reactions to some of the other lords. I don't want anyone to pull a blade on him when they see him.
Well, think of it like this. If he is as immensely powerful as he presents. I mean, you saw what happened when BZ tried to attack Camilla. He knows that you care about them, so I'm hoping logically that he wouldn't do anything to hurt them and instead would just stop them, try to explain things. I know Lucifer has grown up in mainly human world, and I've tried my best to shelter BZ from much of the discrimination for being what we are. So, I think it's, as you said, fair of them to feel and act the way that they are, but I think at the end of the day, we need all the help we can get, and if your lord is willing to offer his aid, then who are we to say no?
I'm sure. Yeah. I hope.
But
Yes?
do try not to let it get to you. I feel bad when you bring him up and you see the look on their faces, and you know, it doesn't feel good seeing you look that hurt.
At the end of the day, I have always and always will be proudest at his side. Don't expect the understanding fully. I just wish that sometimes it didn't seem like my words went out one ear. That he is nothing like Lucifer's wretched father.
Well, then if words don't work, that's when actions come into play. We are currently in a realm that he has great power in. I would say being able to speak face to face with him, it may not ease all of the tension, but being able to hear his words for themselves may help with any lingering worries.
I hope so. It would be rather unfortunate if not. Because, truthfully speaking, even if you all do not wish to work with him, my loyalty still does not change.
Well, the others are smart. I think when push comes to shove, they will make the decision that's the best for the world instead of just themselves.
We shall have to see.
But that does go for you as well. I
Yes,
have come... Yes. I have come to terms with the fact that for what I am, I could do as many good deeds in the world and still be kicked out of towns just for existing. I've made peace with that. I know that Lucifer wants night creatures and humans to coexist. And I think that BZ just wants to find a place where he doesn't have to wear a hood all the time. I think their main concern is what happens after. After the Night Council is taken care of, when it's up to the victors to decide how to shape the world. Take into account what you want, not just what you've been told or what you see.
Are you asking what I want?
Well, I guess I am.
I am a realist. I do not believe coexisting in its truest form will ever exist. Because I do not believe that humans could truly coexist with us. I believe some could, such as Lucien's family, for example. I hold no ill will towards them. However, I think, as history has done through the last Dark Lord, through now, society always bends the knee to one group in particular. Why would I want it to go to a group that despises me?
So, when all this is said and done, the thing that you want for the world to change is basically for the roles to be reversed.
So to speak, I don't want to have to cower for what I am. For my people to have to. Want them to be able to live freely. Sometimes I feel Lucifer thinks he's a human. But no, outside of his family, if they found out what he was, they would kill him on the spot.
Well, as a realist myself, I understand where you're coming from. And you're most likely right. He was raised among humans. Anyone that potentially could have given him trouble for being otherwise was most likely ordered not to because of his family's influence. So, While I do agree that I don't think a complete coexisting society is possible, I think there are steps to a co-collaboration of sorts. If humans come to realize that not all creatures of the night are brainless monsters, then they may not be willing to live as neighbors, but they may be willing to trade goods with them. I think it will be a long road, but I think it's definitely something that if you and Lucifer's relationship, am I reading that right? That it's a relationship? I'm not the best at reading those things.
I have not agreed to such a thing.
Well, if this unspoken thing is to continue, I think it may be best that you and him have a conversation where you put everything on the table. No judgment from either side. An understanding that neither of you are willing to budge, and seeing if there's any way that there can be a middle ground found. The only thing that I want is I just want BZ to be happy.
I would
And
like for that too.
while I don't see him being happy being a sovereign species, I know that coexisting is a long shot that will leave him unhappy as well. So, I think the best thing we can do is get stronger, take out as many of these bastards as we can, and when the time comes to reshape the world, we decide together.
I agree. And I do plan to talk to Lucifer eventually. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right, then. It's as you two finish this conversation that BZ and Lucifer return from their duel as the night, now without the sort of, trees, the night sky, and the clouds have also cleared up. You can see the night sky pretty visibly and the stars that shine in it.
Hey, BZ, can you try something for me?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, what's up?
Javix is gonna take a pair of boots, um, put these on, and run about 15 feet that way.
BZ looks at the boots. Oh, he even made them into like my shape. Okay, that's pretty cool. And he puts it on. And as you commanded him, he goes on to 30 feet.
Uh, Javix activates it, and you teleport back to where you were.
Whoa!
Okay, it seems I've got the magic working. Thank you, BZ.
Yeah, no problem. And he gives you back the boots.
He just kind of goes on tinkering with them.
They're Crocs. No.
He moves
No.
into sports
Crocs.
mode. Sports mode.
Crocs of the winding path.
All right. You all begin to settle down, go into your tents. The night sky clear. The rather peaceful night, which is usually pretty unsettling in Wallachia, but you take what you can get.
Night sky and a shooting star.
If you haven't already, be sure to make sure you're all long rested up. I'm not saying that for any reason in particular. I'm gonna go piss, and then we'll resume when I come back.
It's
I
gonna
think
be
he's
like
saying that for some reason in particular.
Yeah, it's just gonna be like 10 seconds, guys. Don't
30
worry.
second piss max.
Just immediately comes back. Roll initiative.
Roll
Oh
initiative.
no.
But we haven't done anything with that one yet, Jevix.
Look. I think RN Jesus is still pissed about that that D100 I rolled.
Yeah, true.
But hey, in the rules of D&D, now that I've rolled a 1, the next roll is gonna be 100.
Exactly.
Or it could be another one, but we're not gonna talk about that.
I feel like this is like the longest time Aki has gone to take a piss.
Surprise shit.
Surprise.
Bro, I'm gonna go get some Christmas chocolates. I'll be right back.
Bye.
Aki comes immediately back.
I'm back.
Speak of the devil.
I grabbed a cherry cordial and downed
Oh, that
it.
makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
If you know what those are.
No, I was like when you were gone, I was saying, "Wow, this is a longer piss than I expected from Aki."
Yeah, what can I say?
Man, damn boy, you frying chicken in there? You piss hella loud.
Is everyone here?
Shiro. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Now
he's
Shiro's-
back.
You also go to grab a snack?
Yeah, chocolate.
Mm.
Mhm.
Well, as you all go to sleep, you have a very peaceful and restful night. And as you all are waking up in the morning, getting out, cleaning everything up, I need you all to roll me perception checks.
Perception.
Oh boy.
Just normal.
Oh boy.
Even though I'm in home.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
Just normal.
I was hoping for a 7. Oh well.
All right, I think this is pretty fitting. Jevix and BZ, you guys are cleaning up your tents, making sure everything's, all set. You don't really notice anything. Freya,
Yes.
as you're cleaning things up, you're sort of packing up your tent and things, and you sort of get done early and you're patting Bethany as you look in the distance, sort of towards where you came from, which is Targa Vista.
Mm-hmm.
In that general direction. You guys are kind of like the forests of Targa Vista are still visible from where you are. And it is very early in the morning, so it is still pretty dark out because Wallachia just has naturally darker atmospheres. There's clouds in the sky as well, so it was a bit hard to notice at first, but you sort of squint your eyes, and as you do, you think you see like a cluster of what?
Music bot.
You bastard. How
Music
dare
bot
you?
dipped in the most jolly way possible. I thought we were about to be surrounded by like sugar plums or something.
Yeah, I hate the Christmas Discord music. I'm just gonna say it. I hate the Christmas sound effects. But as you look at in the distance, you think you see a cluster of bats sort of uh flying through the sky. Lucifer,
Yep.
you also similarly sort of get finished packing earlier, tending to Morgan, getting ready to leave, and as you look over, you notice the same things as they do, uh, as Freya did, but you sort of squint your eyes and you use your more supernatural, dampiric senses, and as you squint your eyes and you try to look closer, you thought it was just something with like the distancing of the weird size, but as you squint your eyes and you look closer, you realize that it's not a group of bats. As if you refer to reference pictures, you realize it is a group of vampiric abominations. And because of that, and because of you thought they were bats, so their size sort of you thought they were just bats in the sky, so their size made sense. You now realize they're a vampiric abominate. It is a small group of vampiric abominations, about 4 to 5, that are flying directly towards you all.
BZ looks back at the party after looking at the sky. You guys seeing this shit?
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna have to fight these guys?
Seeing what?
I would say you can easily point it out to
Yeah,
everyone
I would
else.
point it out.
Oh,
Up there, Jeffix.
bats.
Jevix, I think they're getting bigger.
Ready your weapons.
Great.
Are
Are
they
you
Are they
Rep-
far enough that we could probably run? Question mark, Aki?
You do remember the one that all of you fought was pretty fast, but they are considerably away. You do have a good head start. If you're going to run, you should do it now, because otherwise you will lose your ground.
BZ will sort of look at the rest of the party. I'd say we have to run. Those things were a hassle with just one of them.
Can I do would it be like perception or insight? I'm trying to see if they look like hostile. Because we are in like the big,
I'll
like
say you
night
don't
creature.
have to roll, because these aren't like normal undead creatures. These are vampiric abominations created by Carmilla.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, we're dipping.
And the
BZ
fact that they're flying right at you probably isn't a coincidence.
Yeah, BZ gets the horses ready and mounted, and gets his sword out and sort of prepares to do a fight if they get anywhere close to them. As we're gonna ride off, right?
Javix gets his weapons out and just kind of quickly packs up the stuff that he had and just gets ready to run, just like okay, we gotta move.
So are you all booking it? Is that the party agreement?
So far, yes.
Yeah.
Freya, Lucifer?
Sorry. Yeah.
Freya went to the bathroom.
Oh. Lucifer? The other two seem ready to book it.
Yeah, I'll get on Morgan. I'm not gonna force them to fight.
You
Right.
want to die.
I don't want to die. That is a majority, and something tells me Freya would also agree to running away instead of conflict. So you all will get on your steeds, and you will begin immediately running away as fast as you can. I want you to go ahead and roll for me athletics checks for your steeds. So for the horses, so for Morgan, Bethany, and then I'll do Haru.
So I do want to say too, Javix is going to pick up a stone, cast alarm on it, and throw it back towards all of them, and then activate it. So it's
Oh, so you're gonna like try and disorient them because they're bats.
yep.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me read. That is a smarty, but let me read alarm because
Yes, as you choose whether the alarm is
it
natural or
alerts
audible.
you. Oh, whenever.
Yeah, you can choose to have it be like a actual alarm that shoots out.
Sound of a
Yeah, it
handbell for 10
produces-
seconds with an. Okay. For that, I'll say. Roll just a general intelligence check.
Okay.
Or we got a 13 on their athletics.
I'm
Nice.
back.
The party is running,
Okay.
and we are rolling for how well everyone runs. Ooh. Come on, Bethany. Now's not the time to start rolling low.
Bethany wants to smoke. Bethany doesn't want to run.
With a 19, Jevix, you quickly make a contraption alarm and you toss it backwards. I'll say you make it and you'll wait until they get a bit closer. Or do you want to toss it and have it wait like a landmine, quote unquote? Like,
Yeah, kind of
or
like
do you
a
want to use one?
landmine.
All right. You'll throw it behind you as you all ride away, and you'll see that Haru, that Morgan is sort of leading the pack. Haru is following up behind, but Bethany is struggling a little bit as they're also one of the ones carrying the cart that actually has stuff in it, and they're sort of lagging behind with, I imagine, Freya
Yeah.
behind the rest of you all, and you will throw that sort of alarm back, Jevix, and you will see that they are very quickly gaining on you, but the alarm does stun them for but a couple of seconds as they sort of writhe in pain.
Nice, nice.
Smart moves.
Okay. Bethany is behind us, right?
Yes, I'd say Morgan's in the lead, then like 5 feet behind, or 10 feet behind them is Haru, and then actually with that roll. Yeah, 10 feet behind them is Bethany.
Okay. Jevix is going to, after throwing the alarm back, seeing that Bethany is falling behind, and he reaches into his pouch, takes out some iron powder, and tosses it out. Enlarge.
Oh, okay. You, Freya, will watch as Bethany grows twice in size and immediately starts picking up.
I will also do something. BZ will cast haste on Bethany so that Bethany can go
Jesus Christ!
further faster. Go.
Surpassed Bethany.
Well, with the enlarge and the haste, you watch as Bethany just vroom, starts clearly leading the pack by a sizable margin, but that does mean that Freya and Bethany are sort of very far ahead and will be leaving BZ, Jevix, and Lucifer, you three, sort of behind.
Okay.
be like a what? What's the difference in speed? I think Bethany is also technically. No, I think actually Bethany's technically the fastest. Yeah, because Haru's 40, Morgan's 50, and then Bethany's.
Bethany is 60.
Bethany at this point is like 60 feet ahead of you all, as you all are continuing to run, and she is gaining great distance. Both of these only last for a minute, but
Yeah,
with that minute, I'd say Freya gets sizably ahead of you all. And it is at that point that you can see the vampires are very steadily gaining on, or the vampiric abominations are steadily gaining on you three in the back before you can sort of see. They're like, let me check something. Vampiric abomination. Oh, yeah. They're like 10 feet behind you guys as you are continuing to go. You've been running for a good minute, I'd say. You started, and then Bethany you've been running for a good couple of minutes now, riding your steeds, and Bethany will shrink down now. And as you'll look back, Freya, you will see that the vampiric abominations are almost on top of your three compatriots, but I need you, Freya, to roll me a perception check.
Just normal?
Advantage. Sure. With a
Damn.
14, you sort of take a moment to look around, and you realize that the clouds are getting pretty dark. Darker than usual in Transylvania. And it's sort of at that point that you'll sort of look back, and as you do, you'll feel a singular drop land on your cheek. Almost like that of rain, but as you go up and you feel it, you can see that the drop is not of rain, but of blood. And as for you three, as the vampiric abominations are closing in, you're readying your weapons, ready to clash as these 5 large abominations with glowing red eyes and sort of carved in sigils on their chest from that you would, Jevix and BZ would recognize as Carmilla's handiwork. As you brace yourselves for combat, you all but blink as you feel a gust of wind sort of shoot past you, and in the next seconds, you feel like a small spurt, like a small burst of rain sprinkle down on top of you all. But you're able to immediately recognize it is not rain, it is blood. And as you look up, you can see that the vampiric abominations are no longer there. And both Morgan and Haru will sort of rear up and stop in their tracks, almost tossing you both off. Or tossing you three off, but you managed to stabilize yourselves.
Is this normal here?
Lucifer.
Yep.
Roll me a perception or insight check. Let's call it. With a 21, Lucifer, you instinctively use your divine sense. And with it, you can no longer sense the presence of 5 vampiric abominations. However, you sense a new presence standing in front of your horses as you slowly turn around. And as you do, you see this individual standing tall in front of you all with one of the abomination's heads in his hand. And you feel a presence unlike most others you felt. You are no stranger to the presence of powerful undead at this point. There is the presence of the Death Knight that was sort of raw, unfiltered, and destructive that overwhelmed your senses. There's the presence of your father that you have grown accustomed to for so long. This presence of superiority, nobility, a presence, an aura that makes you feel as if you are lesser when in their presence, like they are of a greater standing, a higher place. With Carmilla's, it was this presence of your sense was one of unsettlement. There was no anger, there was no overwhelming sense of anything. It was a dead and quiet, but eerie, silently calm, ever-present feeling that just made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. An irrational sort of dullness to their presence. But with this one, it is... the only way to describe it is intense and pure. Unlike the Death Knights, which was sort of raw and unfiltered, this presence is overwhelming in that same sense, but instead of being unrefined and controlled, it is pure and distilled power, pure and distilled presence, almost as if the air kind of vibrates a little bit. There's not the overwhelming sort of sense of authority that Lucian calls on, nor the eerie atmosphere of Carmilla, but instead merely the acknowledgement of a predator, of a being of greater power than yourself. And he will look to you three. And you would also, Freya, be able to see this from far ahead of them.
He would immediately turn Bethany the fuck around.
Well. We finally meet. Children of the night.
Easy will get off of Haru, sort of like walk over to Damien.
You see that he even towers over your large form. And as you get closer, you notice what you couldn't notice at first because of his hat, but he has 4 sets of eyes. 2 like smaller sets in slits under his main eyes.
I can't say much, but to thank you right now.
You have no need to thank me, child. These abominations are a disgrace to the night. And the fact that wretched Lucian would send them at you only means that he is more scared of your presence than he lets on.
And you see he will just crush the head with his bare hand that was in his grasp, as it will just pool, and the blood will pool and just fall to the ground from it.
Wasting a bit of food, but alright.
Please, I would never feast on such filth.
So I take it you are a Damien then?
I do suppose introductions are in order, my children. I am the man in black. I am the Crimson Carnage. The shadow of Dracula. Lord of Transylvania. Damien Lazarus, at your service.
It is at this point that you will watch Mina ride up.
Rhea will immediately, Bethany will bend down and she will get off and she will come up to him, and you can tell she's clearly excited but trying to like hold it in as she takes her place standing next to him.
He will sort of just look to you and smile as he runs a hand through your head of hair.
Ah, and hello again, my dear. It has been far too long.
It has.
Welcome
Hopefully to see you
home.
again.
I was just introducing myself to your new friends. I hope my appearance was not unsettling. I just figured you'd wish for those eyesores to be taken care of.
It is most appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, we will not turn down aid when face to face with those.
He will smile and nod at you, Jevix, before he will turn his gaze to Lucifer.
And no introduction for yourself.
I'm sure you already know who I am, but you have my thanks.
Of course, my... Well, I suppose not my child, but fellow kin of the night. I do hope that your dear father wasn't as annoying to you all as he tends to be.
He was pretty annoying.
He is a rather unsightly and, well, altogether unmanageable individual to be around for too long. But come, I will not impede your travel. Let us walk. Let us talk. Allow me to answer whatever questions or prayers you may need.
Well, first of all, prefer you don't call us children. I have enough problems with, someone else calling me a child.
Then, fellow kindred of the night,
Yeah, that's
shall
better.
that suffice?
Yeah, that would suffice. Yeah, yeah.
He'll just smile at you all and gesture for you all to continue traveling.
Yeah, just gonna follow him.
And as you ride your horses, he will simply walk beside you all, sticking by Freya's side more than the rest of you, but sticking with your group.
So, do you have a place that is kind of a base, somewhere we can rest when needed while we're here?
I have my manor, but that is reserved for, well, only me and my beloved. However, I can assure you that so long as you are within my lands, that no other vampire's influence will dare threaten you where I have eyes.
So, I'm guessing. Wait, when you meant just you and your beloved, is that just you and Freya?
Freya, if that was not obvious. My dear faithful companion.
She just smiles at him as he says that.
I guess it's better chance than ever since I bet you were very close to him. But I do have one question. Not really pertaining to the current involvement, but what was the big man like, Dracula, all of those times ago?
You see he will stop in his tracks as you ask that. And he will slowly turn to look back at you. And as he does, you see on his face almost like an expression of excitement. As if you just asked him something that he really wants to talk about. Like asking someone about sort of like
Their hyperfixation.
Yeah, their hyperfixation to a degree is the best way I can describe it, as he will say.
I'm learning my man's autistic.
Oh, you wish to know about the great All-Father of the Night, His Highness, the Dark Lord Dracula. Then
Yeah.
you have come to the right place.
Mainly to know how this whole place ended up like this under his rule beforehand.
You see, despite what the people of Wallachia may portray him, the great Dracula was nothing more than a god amongst men. A pioneer of magic, of science, of everything. No closer to perfection has a man come. Until one day, humanity saw his greatness as a threat. And so they did what they do best. They sought and exploited his greatest weakness. His love. His mortal human wife. Persecuted by her own kin as a witch. Is that not ironic?
Seems so, yeah.
The greatest creature of the night held in his heart a human closest than any elf. And yet, it was humanity that tore that heart out and brought about the beginning of its own destruction. He was a kind, benevolent, and great lord. It was only through humanity's own folly did they nearly end in their extinction. He is the one who gave me opportunity, who changed my view in life. He will forever be my Lord.
You said he fell in love with a human, right?
Indeed.
And can you truly follow the word of your Lord if he knew that you were indiscriminately killing humans, even though some of them might be good?
Any human I've killed, I can assure you, was no good person. You see, Dracula only brought about devastation to humanity when they dared to kill his one and only love. He did not hate them because of what they were, but because of what they did. And I am the same. The only mortals I have slain, tortured, killed, and feasted upon are the ones who have wronged my kin. The ones who dare proclaim their false idols, that dare take my brethren's lives, that dare massacre the lives of those different than their own.
And he'll sort of look at you, Freya, as he puts a hand on your leg as you're riding Bethany.
She will kind of shoot a look back at BZ before resting her hand on top of his.
What's the look? What's the look? Can BZ insight check?
It's a look of like. It's a watch the questions you ask.
Okay. BZ is going to sort of like shrug as he continues.
Pardon my questioning. Usually, it's good to at least make sure to know what your grace may be harboring towards someone who used to be human.
Dracula only did what he did because of human mistakes. I only do what I do in the same vein. I do not believe all humans evil, for Dracula's closest and dearest person was but none other than a human. So therefore, how could their race in its entirety be unredeemable?
BC will sort of like nod and just like continue walking.
Do they not teach you about the Great Dark Lord, BZ?
When the only education that you ever had was either Carmilla or what Jevix was trying to keep from you, well,
Was Carmilla?
I do not blame them. Carmilla is one of science and logic. They cannot understand greater concepts like faith or divinity. And Lucian, that wretched fool dares call our great Allfather a fool. He blasphemes against his creator.
None of them are reliable.
Indeed. That is why I am here, my kin. Do not fret your questions. As savior of the night, it is my duty to answer your qualms and queries, so that we may live and lead to a darker tomorrow.
BZ will look over at Jevix and Lucifer to see their sort of like reactions to what Damien has been saying.
Jevix looks towards Damien. So I have a question.
And he will nod to you.
When everything is done, when the dust clears and the rest of the Night Council are dead, what type of world do you see coming from it?
I see the world that Dracula fought for. A world where the children of the night are no longer second fiddle, prey to the children of day. A world where we may live and prosper for 100 years and more in the same way that they have. I see a world of graceful night that drowns any evil or arrogant mortals. In the end, it is only up to humanity if they are willing to live in such a world, or wish to prosecute us once more, so that they may stand on top. I seek salvation for my kin. That is all I ever wished for. All I ever want.
It is all you fought for, my lord.
Humor me a question then.
Go ahead.
If Dracula's beloved wife, whilst walking around Transylvania, was murdered not by humans but instead creatures of the night, and Dracula's
I
rage
would
was
massacre
turned,
that creature of the night where it stood.
and what if Dracula decided that all lesser creatures of the night, those that weren't just pure vampire, were deemed irrelevant and vile? Would have you done the same?
Do not believe that he would ever come to such a conclusion. He is beyond such simplistic thinking.
And what of his generals?
His generals are just like that of the Night Council. Selfish, plotting, and scheming. They would sooner betray the Lord to ensure their power than fully understand His grace. However, there were many undyingly loyal to him. One of them, even a fellow mortal human that the Dark Lord saved. Isaac, the Forge Master, one of his faithful hands. Whatever misconception you may have about my thoughts on humans, I can assure you, I am not as close-minded. Lucian sees them as slaves and subjects. Carmilla sees them as tools and statistics. But to me, they are children of day, as we are children of night. The only question is, which side do they stand on?
And if we provide you an avenue to have no resistance, then would you persecute creatures of the night that slayed innocent humans?
If they did so without any proper reason, an attempt to break the order of the world I will bring, then of course, I have slain my fair share of undead, demons, and monsters. For not all are intelligent enough to follow me and my lord's footsteps.
Can I insight check that?
Go ahead. What are you trying to insight? That he's actually killed night creatures and undead and
That-
demons and stuff?
He would kill them if they just started indiscriminately killing humans.
Roll an insight.
I'm going to gonna help you out with that.
Guidance. Or are you also gonna roll? Because you'll have to roll individually.
Yeah.
I'll roll
I
individually.
thought I had enhanced ability, but I guess not. So yeah, guidance.
I'll
That is a
insight too.
D4 for you, Lucifer.
Actually, I'll give it to BZ.
Oh, alright. Roll a
Okay.
D4, BZ.
Okay. Hey, 21.
Lucifer, you're uncertain. He's being able to sense the sort of presences and auras of powerful creatures allows you to sort of know when one's a threat and one's not. Like, you sort of get like a danger sense to a degree. You currently do not feel any sense of danger from Damien. His presence is there and somewhat overwhelming, but it's not threatening in the same way that the Death Knight was, or Carmilla's, or Lucian's. But you don't think he'd have any reason to lie, especially not with Freya right there. BZ, with a 21 total, you can tell that he didn't lie in what he said. You do believe that if a night creature... You do believe him when he said he's killed monsters, demons, and creatures of the night. You do believe that if a night creature were to strike out and try to, like, disrupt the order by just massacring a village, that he would slaughter them then and there. But there is just a hint of, like... he would punish someone for doing something like that, but what he considers too far and not too far might be a bit different than what, like, Lucifer considers too far and not too far.
BZ will.
So if
Look
Lucifer was like, killing one human is enough, he might be a little bit more lenient and say, like, oh, 2 or 3 is fine, just don't do any more than that, is the best, like, vibe I can give.
BZ will sort of like look at Freya, look at Damien, sort of like close his eyes and cross his arms, kind of give a little sigh and say, so you're saying you're gonna be the judge, jury, and executioner in all things, then?
Well, I believe humanity has made it clear that they and their god are unfit for such a role. And while I will never reach the divinity that Dracula once did, I believe I could hold the Dark Lord's title much fairer than any other.
Then tell me this. You consider Dracula a god, correct?
He is the All-Father of the night, the closest to perfection that beings of this realm have come.
And the ones who killed Dracula's wife believed in this god, other god, and thought of her as a
Indeed,
witch.
the very church itself.
Then what's stopping everything from ending up in the other way around? You becoming the church, you ending up killing a human, and then some potential person, and I'm not naming names, comes and brings you down. Or even your loved one. Because it seems like you also have a weakness.
As you say that, you see he will glare at you, and you will sort of feel your tongue get caught in your throat as your heart stops for a second.
You also get a glare as Freya's head whips around too as you say that.
BZ getting it from both ends.
BZ.
Firstly, unlike those wretched church followers who proclaim a god that does not live, does not breathe or exist on this earth, I am real. Dracula is real. And so, Dracula was real and absolute. And I, having bared witness, so too carry the same truth. Secondly, I would not make the same mistakes that the church or humanity ever did. Third, if anyone were ever to bring harm to my dear Freya, it would not just be the death of them, but their very existence, their presence and significance wiped from the history books, as if they were never a being to begin with, reduced to nothing. And then I would have no reason to bring any harm to humanity. For those that had wronged would be gone and forgotten.
BZ doesn't even think when he says this. He just says it haphazardly.
Then I wonder why she was out there and almost nearly killed multiple times.
I need you to roll a, let's call it a Constitution save.
Understood, Captain.
How close are you to me?
I would.
You two would be riding right next to each other. All right.
Yeah.
that
Oh, I'm
is
plus
a
4 then
fail.
for my aura.
So 20.
So a 20?
Yeah.
That is a fail.
Dang.
You will
Items?
feel as you... That does not work on saving throws.
Yeah.
Rip.
You will
You
feel
need-
as you say those words in the same sort of vein as when the abominations were turned into mist, bloody mist that splattered you all. You will blink and you will realize that you are off your horse. You are being held by your throat in the air, and that Damien is off to the side and holding you. Can you repeat what exactly you said?
I said specifically, like, this was like a very like haphazard thing that he like said. I rolled a wisdom save to see if he was gonna
Yeah,
say
I
it or
saw.
not, and he said,
Then I wonder why you led her into different situations that almost got her killed.
I never did such a thing, for I have faith in my dear as she does in me. And if ever for 1 second her life were in any true danger, there would not be a vampire, mortal, monster, or god that could save them from my wrath. You were beside her, Lucien's half-baked attempt at a second coming of vampire Jesus was there. He is not foolish enough to make a move. Not while all his pieces are still in play. You question things you clearly cannot see or understand. So I will leave you this grace, but only once.
As he will move you over, put you back on your horse, and let go of your throat. And return to Freya's side.
We have
BC
been
is sort of like
over
shaking.
this, BZ.
BC
I
sort
have
of like,
said before that if I was in grave enough danger, I thought we had been over that.
It is fine. They not know better. In any case, is there anything further you all wish to converse?
BC stays silent. He's sort of like gripping his throat.
Jevix looks over at BZ and looks up at Damien. I don't so much have a question as a request.
Go on, my kin.
If this is going to work, if we are going to be in league to take down the Night Council, then I need your word that what just happened now will not happen again. I understand that sometimes BZ speaks without thinking, but if we are going to be working together, then you need to know that first and foremost, BZ is my kin. And the same anger that you feel towards anyone hurting Freya, I feel towards anyone hurting him. So if this is going to work, I will need to know this will not happen again.
Respect and understand your feeling. But if we are to work together, then you all must also know that any doubt, any ill will to me or my lord will not be accepted. So long as you respect that and do not disgrace myself or the All-Father with such words, I can assure you that any harm that befalls any of you will not be by my hand. You respect me. I respect you. A simple concept you all should be able to understand.
Then, in the faith of mutual respect, I would like an apology for BZ.
An apology for him running his mouth.
It's fine, Javix. I don't need it.
I am glad you've come to realize your mistake.
A mistake is one thing, but I was under the assumption that we would be working on this collaboratively. And if one of us messes up in some way, it should be discussed before action is taken. It does not do for a good working relationship for one side to feel that any missteps will lead to injury.
Any misstep for you all, in any facet, whether it be myself or with the others, as you face them, will lead to your death. I am many things, but one of them is not a liar or a coward like Lucian. I do not bend myself and my words in the sake of others. So I'm afraid we will have to disagree.
Javix, you hear BZ's voice in your mind as he uses telepathy.
Don't push any further. I've gotten what I needed. I understand him more now. He's beyond helping.
So long as you all continue your crusade to slaughter the lesser vampires of the Council, make less work for me. I shall come in and take care of the big fish. Lucian, Carmilla, and even if it must be Nyx, though I will be sure to grant her a death in battle that'll make it all worth it. I know she'd wish for nothing less. But I, just as Lucian and Carmilla, cannot act myself, play my hand too quickly. And so that is where you all come in. A rather nice arrangement, is it not? You take care of the small fry, and I cleanse the sharks from the waters you swim. But in any case, I can still sense my presence is unsettling for some, which I will not fault you. I suppose it is time I take my leave. Is there any final questions or requests, my dear kin of the night?
Easy, stay silent.
Then, what of you, my darling? Anything you wish for before I leave?
Just knowing that I will now have relaxing night's sleep tonight is good enough. Thank you.
Of course. I am always with you.
And he'll take your hand and he will sort of kiss it gentlemanly at first and then sort of kiss up the arm before then letting go of it. And he will look to you all and he will smile as he begins to walk down the path ahead of you, and as you blink you will see him disappear and into the shadows as the clouds begin to clear out of the sky.
BZ will use telepathy individually to Lucifer and Jevix, as he sort of like tells them, when we camp, I need to talk to you and the other in private without Freya. You cannot respond because it's my telepathy, so sorry.
It's all good.
All right then. And as the clouds part, you can see that the sun is beginning to set.
Shall we set up camp?
Looks like it's about time.
Yeah.
I'm getting to work on alarm. And yeah, by this point, it's just kind of become second nature for Javik. So
Yeah, even if we're like protected, quotation marks.
yeah, it's he's.
I mean,
got,
you saw what he did to those abominations.
I
I'd say you
know,
guys are pretty
but
safe.
like, yeah.
He's got the autism scheduling thing down. Like this is the schedule we're betting down. So I'm casting alarm.
All right.
And he kind of like it's snow like in the area, right?
No, not in Transylvania.
Okay.
There's like patches of snow, but it's like it did snow, but now it's sort of melting away and clearing out.
Yeah, just where there's still like shadow.
Okay. Jevix is at some point while getting everything set up, he's going to slide a note to Lucifer, basically letting him know that he'll have to be filled in on what's going on later. Yeah, basically, like hinting that he doesn't want there to be a divide to where if it came down to Damien against them, that Freya would side with him. So, trying to not single her out. So he's gonna stay back in camp.
Okay.
Easy will go to Lucifer and like the idea of going to spar with him. Another spar.
Yeah, let's do it. I also want to get a lay of the land and compare and try to figure out exactly where we are on our beloved map.
Oh, Lucifer.
Hmm.
I hope you don't mind sparring too late. I would like to talk to you eventually tonight.
We'll try to be back as quickly as possible. BZ hands me my ass pretty frequently, so
Enjoy your match.
thank you.
And the two of you will sort of walk up over a hill. That's like by the area that you guys are camping at, like the base of, I'd say.
Hmm. I would say like we would sort of like take the lay of the land, get to a point where like we're out of even eye shot of like the camp, and BZ is just gonna look at Lucifer and say,
Uh, he's just as worse as the church back home.
Yeah, I had a
He's-
feeling.
He's not going to give humans any chance of, like, equality at all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Honeyed words and hollowed promises of humans being allowed to do what they do, but
And with how easily he came to anger after I said that, I wouldn't trust him with any kingdom, not even a state or principality.
no. But you heard how he addressed me,
Yeah.
Vampire Jesus, or a half-baked attempt. Which means he probably has some disdain for Alucard, which would be surprising. Beloved son of Dracula.
Maybe he just didn't like the human side of him, or you.
That might be it. Or maybe he's just afraid of somebody stronger than him.
What are we gonna do about Freya, though?
I have no clue. She's infatuated with him and believes, well, he's demonstrated he'll protect her, but a life with no worries, no need to fear. It sounds great on paper, and it's what I would hope everybody dreams for, but at the cost of the fear, suffering, and subjugation of thousands to hundreds of thousands of others. I don't know how anybody could feel comfortable with that. I
Did you
don't
know-
care if they're night creature or not, but it's just too much suffering. Easy.
he's sort of like contemplating something. He's like very deep in thought at something as he just says,
Do you see how much he considers Dracula as a god?
Yeah.
The man was just a destroyed man who lost his wife. He was no god. He's just like anyone else in that situation.
Yeah. He overreacted. He put his blame and the murder of his wife on thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. And surely it was a select few. And I mean, I can understand the rage and the hatred and the anger, but knowing good humans, if that was my sister, her dying words wouldn't, they wouldn't be calling for condemnation of the people that took her life. We'd be begging for forgiveness and to teach and to grow. Yeah. Yeah, some have my half are assholes, but also my father, Carmilla. There's wrongs on both sides of this, and we're never going to find a perfect middle ground. And placing one far above the other isn't going to work either. Animosity will build from below. The church has power. Saint Rosaria, whether it be her or somebody else, some human will be gifted a divine gift, and they will likely be urged on to fight and lead some sort of holy crusade against the night creatures back and forth. The only way it ends is when we break the cycle.
He sort of like sits down, sort of like puts his hand on his head as he sort of like sighs as he says,
I thought this could be a chance. I thought it would be different. At least something different.
I think the only fractional hope of working together with Damien would be a relinquished authority to govern over and punish his kin that lashed out towards humans. If a night creature killed a human, they would be hunted down, killed by trusted individuals who wouldn't go further than rightful retribution. And it would be a cycle back and forth. One child gets taken from a village, night creatures hunted down and murdered. A group of peasants blame a death of a cow from wolves on a night creature and hunt them down. Raid a village. That village gets burned in return. It would be a never-ending cycle.
easy, sort of like looks over at Lucian and sort of like says,
There's also one thing I wanted to ask concerning what he said about you. At first I thought you might have, well, no offense, been a mistake by your father. But from what he said, I guess you were planned to be something, or some whatever, right?
I honestly don't know. I'm sure he has some plans. Second coming of beloved Alucard. Supposed hero of Wallachia. But why would he... I know not why he would expect that. He was never kind to me. He was cruel and punishing. He turned my childhood friend, my first love, into a vampire. And I found out at my benevolent homecoming. I don't know.
I wanted to talk to him about I did want to talk to Damien about the Belmonts and the Hellsings, but we didn't get to that part.
Yeah. I feel like the only time we'll have a good peace is if we could get those two groups on board and restored and, well, holding both sides accountable, pushing for cooperation and coexistence. If there was a policing force to enforce wrongs and correct on both sides, it might take centuries, but there could very well be, like, a lasting peace. I genuinely want nothing more than to see succubus children running and playing with human children, young werewolves frolicking in fields tended to by caring shepherds of all. Obviously, yeah, there are monsters who have no heart, creatures of the night that are instinctual killers and will not be able to take part in that, but anything that has a sense of self and intelligence and restraint and can act in good faith and hope to work together. Like, a bear is a creature, not a night creature. It's an animal.
It's a creature of the sun, and I wouldn't fault any sort of night creature for killing a bear if it were trying to harm their children. And I would expect the same should vampiric abominations or other things that lack common sense to come after humans when they kill it. Animosity shouldn't be pestered. It would be met with understanding. And, well, in my ideal world,
I'm just trying to think of a way to have Freya see that. That's the only hiccup in this entire plan, and I'm not the smart one. That's Jevik's deal.
I genuinely believe that the only thing that would open her eyes is witnessing him committing an atrocity, slaughtering innocents in front of her, people that were kind to her. And that might happen. If we're in a clash with humans who are fighting and carrying on her side, and she gets close to dying, if Damien says what he will do and come in and protect, he will likely go on a rampage. He seems more like a beast than anything else to me. Shame to say it, but I think if she watched him kill Ralston in front of her, that might persuade her that he's not the man that she thinks he is.
We should probably go back before they, well, at least Freya starts suspecting something.
Yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I still hold hope that... she'll find what I can only describe as a goodness.
BZ will stand up and start walking.
Yeah, I'll come back with you.
All right. Jevix
Yeah.
and Freya, would you have... Oh,
Mm.
go ahead. Sounds like
No,
you're already
just
done.
go ahead.
I was going to ask if you two were doing anything besides setting up camp.
Freya wouldn't initiate anything.
Jevix is probably like trying to set up the alarm and is getting like visibly frustrated, like it's not coming together, and like he's making mistakes that he knows that he shouldn't, and he just ends up throwing the rock.
Everything okay over there, Jevix?
I don't know what to... Everything's a mess. I went into this planning on thinking logically, and the logical thing is telling me that, hey, BZ shouldn't have said that. But then the emotional side of me sees my little brother being choked out, and fuck.
I understand it is not a sightly image, but I hope you also understand that to me, I saw someone disrespecting the man I love most.
This is what I mean. In this case, the logic and the emotion are not matching up. Well, it's I mean, I know that we can't even touch him if we wanted to, but it'd be if you saw him take his blade to Damien's throat, and then in turn he did the same. It it's I don't know. It felt extreme for what it was.
I understand that. However, I think, no offense, Beezy has a habit of getting a little fast and loose with those significantly stronger than him. If Damien wanted to, he could have killed him right then and there. He did not. He just scared him a little. I understand it was not fun to watch. But I also think it's an important lesson. I do my best to bite my tongue, and I have had moments where I have slipped up as well in front of those I shouldn't have. I was lucky with Lucien that I had something to fall back on. Otherwise, he very much would have struck me for my behavior towards him.
I don't see how it would be possible for BZ to want to work with him after that, for Lucifer to want to work with him after that. The the only reason I'm still thinking about it is because I know that we need his help. And even then, there's a side of me that wants to just up and leave.
If the three of you do not wish to work with him, then you will not have to work with him.
It's not a matter of want to. It's need to.
Then I don't see why your emotions are clouding so much, if it is that obvious. That is how I see it. But I also understand it's easier for me as my emotions align with my logistics here.
Jevix, as you're talking and as she says this, you remember a small scene in your head of a time where you overheard Carmilla talking to another individual, but you were just sort of waiting in the other room, so you don't know who. But Carmilla did mention that she had removed her capacity for emotion a long time ago because it got in the way, and it made people do things that would, in the end, be the worst for them. And that to be unclouded and without them is the most perfect and logical way to ensure one is in their peak. And those words sort of ring a bit loud in your head as you are talking with Freya and discussing this.
He stops himself before saying that Freya sounds like Camilla. Um, you say that your emotions and your logic are in tune, right?
Well, of course, I want to work with the man most important to me, and I see it as the most logistical choice.
What would you do if all the faith you have in him, everything that you love about him, turned out to not be true? And I'm not saying this as a that's definitely what's happening. I'm I'm trying to figure out something. If we go and we take out the Night Council and everything is exactly as he described it until he decides to stray from it. If your logic and that's telling you that this isn't what was agreed on, but your emotion is still telling you that you love this man, which side do you go with?
In this theoretical that Damien has been lying to me this entire time, I mean, I don't really. If you're trying to make this a game of emotions or logic, I have already said that I understand that you might not want to work with him because of your emotions, and I think that is understandable, and I would not force you to do otherwise. I'm
No,
just merely pointing out if you claim that the logistics is obvious, then there's two answers. I am not forcing you all to pick.
that's not why I'm asking. Just something you said reminded me of something, and being what I am, emotions are still fairly new to me.
I would follow him to the ends of the earth, Jevix.
So you
Not
would pick.
because he's the savior, but because he is the man I love, yes. I would pick my emotions. That is why I understand.
Okay. He picks up the rock that he threw and uh, successfully makes the alarm. If it is at all possible, I would like at some point to speak with him one on one. I know
Maybe
that it
when...
is.
Go on.
I know that it is. Well, generally would not be my place to ask, but seeing as yours beloved, perhaps you could ask in my stead.
Perhaps when tensions die down a bit. For both sides.
I do want you to know, before they come back from sparring, that we all care about you. And as I've said, that's coming from someone that is recently coming into emotions and whatnot, so
I appreciate it, Javix. I care for the three of you as well. I do.
man, sometimes I wish I could go back to before having emotions, but I feel like that would be just what Camilla wants of me. And, well, fuck her.
That is something I can agree with.
As the two of you finish up your conversation, you will sort of hear like a few pebbles fall down the hill as Beezy and Lucifer begin to make their return.
Oh, well, looks like Lucifer isn't scratched up this time. Did you manage to squeak out a win?
It was a stalemate.
I actually just play X's and O's.
Mm.
Well, I got the alarm up. We finished setting up camp, so we can probably hit the hay whenever.
Yeah. You wanted to speak, Freya?
Yes, I did. Privately, if that's alright.
Yeah. Came past a small creek. No near coming this way. I'd like to sit by the water's edge for a bit.
Alright. She will get up and follow you.
And the two of you will walk over to a small little creek. That's like at the like off the side of the path.
Lucifer will kind of sit down on the edge of the bank.
She will sit down, like, leave like a foot or so in between. I think I'm just going to get this over with, so... Tell me honestly how you feel.
I mean, I assume you're asking about Damien specifically.
Yes, that is, well, the big question on my mind right now. But if there's anything else you would like to share, go ahead. I know you've been avoiding me since we left your father's.
It's not you. You said the thing you wanted, safety, right? And he provides that for you.
Yes?
I want that for everyone, not just night creatures and not just humans. And I don't see a world where one side or the other gets that over if we work with Damien, unfortunately. I could tell in the way he responded to BZ asking. His retribution among humans who wrong a night creature will be vast, rampant, and indiscriminatory. And yet, I have a feeling that if a night creature kills a human, he would look the other way. Just try to sweep it under the rug. And I mean, ideally, neither are killing either, but humans kill humans, night creatures kill night creatures. There's hardly a way we're going to create a utopia. And I know that, as much as I would love it. But do you not see his disregard for life?
I'm well aware of the acts he has committed.
I...
Truthfully, Lucifer, I don't really understand why. Why you... Do I exactly, as myself, believe every human must be slaughtered? No, I don't. I'm indifferent to most of them. But the reality is that current society is built to step on us. Yes, might an average night creature be stronger than an average human? Yes, but they still are the dominant ones of society. I don't understand as a night creature why you want so badly protect them when they would have your head if they knew what you were.
It's exactly because I have that power. You would have me sit by and be indolent towards women, children, farmers, their families just being slaughtered, feasted upon by a stronger being.
I've already had to sit by and watch my own kin slaughtered.
Which also isn't right. That same power that I have will come to bear. If we encounter a village here and it's beset upon by humans with pitchforks and blazing torches, numerous advantage, do you think I'd run away? I'd face them and rout them. I'll kill if I have to protect the people that aren't causing the problem. But at the end of the day, violence begets more violence, hatred begets more hatred, and it's only going to be when both sides come to the table and accept each other and agree to work together and get to know and understand one another. And your solution, Damien's solution, isn't progressing that goal. You're simply flipping the coin, giving the other head the limelight. And how do you think that's going to end?
Will end the
Humans
day
were...
that history eventually repeats itself, and the coin flips.
Exactly. Again and again for eternity. And if that's what you want, then, well, frankly, what are you even doing? Why are you out adventuring? Why are you putting yourself in danger? You're admitting to yourself that your actions will have no consequence on the future. Nothing will change and everything will be, as it were, a vicious cycle again and again and again.
Because I want to ensure that if anybody is going to be the one in charge of when the coin flips, I want it to be him. Do not want it to be your father, Carmilla, any of the sorts. I believe things will change, as they always have. But if I can assist in ushering in an era, or I know it is him, at least, that is what I am content with.
And what if you see an opportunity to destroy the coin? To fire it in a crucible and create something new?
If he is present and able, then I would consider.
And what if that crucible requires him to be gone, removed from the future?
And so shall I. Is that not the answer you were hoping to hear?
I don't know what I wanted to hear. To be quite honest, I struggle to will myself to do what I want to do.
Is that so?
Well, I'm not contented to be anyone's pawn. My father's, Damien's, Carmilla's.
You do not have to work with him, you know.
I wasn't planning on it.
I would not force you to do something of that sort that you did not want to.
Yeah. I appreciate that, but at the end of the day, the path that I think I need to walk is going to bring me at odds against him.
Lucifer, I have known that since the moment I have almost met you. Why do you think I told you that day at the Death Knight over and over that I am not what you thought I am? I am not simply a damsel being manipulated by a god. Because I don't see him. He is not my god in the way that Dracula is a god. He is my patron, yes, but that was far later in things. It was a recent development. I know of his flaws. I know of the things he has done. I have helped participate in some of them. I've known we will always be at odds when it comes to this. And I still am willing to help you go through and kill every single one of them. And once we get to Damien's door, decisions can be made then.
I wouldn't make you fight against him.
I wouldn't
And-
even if you tried.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't want you anywhere near.
Well, I will be there. Because if you manage to win, I will be there with him for his final. And despite any potential thoughts you might have, I still do not wish harm on the three of you. It would not be a pleasant situation for me.
Were we born a few hundred years earlier? Or at least met in better circumstances.
Sorry, I cannot give you what you seek. You have taught me great things. But it's been a lovely, what is it, month or two? But I have spent the last 30 years of my life with someone.
Well. When the time comes, then, if you choose to fade into the darkness of the current world, I'll warn you, but I hope in our time that we travel together, I will be able to inspire you to herald the dawn and age of peace with me. BZ, Jevix, even the shithead Ralston.
And I would hope that maybe somewhere along the lines we could have something more in common. But I understand that that most likely will never happen. Do not hold it against you, even if I do not understand.
All right then. Do you do anything else before returning?
Lucifer's just gonna stay at the water for a good while.
Mm-hmm.
She'll let you have your privacy. And she will head back to the camp.
BZ and Jevix, were you doing anything while they were having their talk?
BZ would sit beside Jevix.
That was stupid of me, wasn't it?
Not one of your smartest moments, no.
I at least got the answer I wanted. I at least know what kind of man Damien is.
Yeah, not a particularly considerate one.
I was talking with Lucifer about it. He's no different from the church when it comes to his worship of Dracula.
Yeah. If it's not one god, it's another.
And he's not going to be as equal to humans as he is to other night creatures.
You know, BZ, this is the first time that well, first time in a while that I just really want to walk away from all this.
Lucifer said something about a possible idea, but I doubt it's going to happen. Trying to relinquish power from Damien to let others decide who is wrong and right. I don't think he would give up the power so easily.
Well, I've been running over some potential ideas of... I may have gotten a one-on-one meeting with him.
Javix, I know you like tinkering with stuff. Is there any way of making something that can record what he says?
For the time being, nothing I can really make.
I guess then we're just gonna have to try and figure out another way for Freya to at least see something.
I don't think proof is gonna do it.
Uh,
I was talking with her and I don't think that just giving evidence is going to sway her. You know, we've traveled together for years now, and this is the first time that we've run into a situation where we're potentially at odds with someone that we're traveling with.
Javix, you see sort of BZ sort of like put his hands claps together, sort of like he puts his like forehead onto like the claps hands as you see him sort of like shaking a bit as he just says,
I just don't want to lose someone I care about.
Then we need to work with Damien. If we are against him, as it is right now, Freya's against us. And I know it's not what she wants. It's not what anyone wants. But we need to be really fucking careful here. If we misstep and make an enemy of Damien, we lose Freya. That's it.
you see sort of like tears sort of like going down BZ's eyes as he's sort of like showing you this vulnerability on him as he just says,
I'll try. I'll keep my mouth shut about things. If it's only just to keep a chance to still fight along with Freya.
And he kind of puts an arm around him. There's one thing emotions have taught me, is that they can grow and change. So, it may not always be the case. Hell, we've seen how Damien is ruled by emotion. Maybe we'll even be able to change him in some ways.
Can I admit something to you?
Yeah.
When I first talked to Freya about Damien, about her ideas of what they want, of just absolute destruction of most humans, it scared me. Not because what they wanted to do, but because it came out of her mouth. Before all that, before learning all that, I wanted to trust and rely on Freya for so much. But after that, it just scared me.
Wait. You said that she wanted destruction for humans.
Mainly the ones that caused her this much pain, but it was very pointed.
In that case, that's great. BZ, she's already lessened her stance then. Today, all that she wanted was to not live in fear. Was to have equality, to not feel like she had to be afraid everywhere.
That still doesn't change the fact of what Damien might try to convince her to do.
It does, though. If initially her goal was revenge on all humans, they all must die. Throughout the course of our adventures together, she's lessened that stance.
Most likely no thanks to, mainly thanks to Lucifer's, family, I bet. At least some gravity from that.
I don't think it's just that. I mean, we just need to not give up on her. And for the time being, that means that we need to work with Damien.
Okay. BZ will
nod and sort of stand up, slap his face, wipe away the like tears from his eyes, and just like,
Um, we should try and get everything sorted out around here. Make sure. Uh, well, you already put the alarm, right?
Yeah, I finished it right before you guys got back.
Yeah. Yeah, we were also not sparring. We were mostly talking.
I've kind of figured. But in case Lucifer didn't tell you that was why I decided to stay behind. I'm worried about Freya. Not just for who she's tied to, but I don't want her to feel like we're singling her out. That
Yeah. I guess what I had planned was a bit too childish of me to do.
not childish, just a bit unpolished. So, for all intents and purposes, as of now, um, I believe. Well, Lucifer is head over heels for her. I feel like he has come to the same conclusion as us, and
Uh,
will work
hon-
with Damien for the time being.
Honestly, thinking about being in his shoes, seeing Damien, like, I don't know. I'm not much of a fan of PDA, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I know. But, yeah, I think that's gonna be our move. We work together with him, we keep doing what we're doing. If, as far as things go, we don't change anything about our approach, about anything, our end goal is still to take out the Night Council. We'll get stronger, and if it comes to the point where he becomes as bad or worse than the church, we can only hope that Freya will see that he's wrong.
Easy will nod, sort of like put out a hand for Jevix.
Takes his hand and stands up.
He brings you into for a hug.
I am trying to say this more, so I love you, little bro.
Love you too. All right. You think they're gonna be? You think they're like having like? Well, I doubt they would be doing it right now because like Damien's territory, so it's like kind of weird, right? It would be weird if they did it, right?
No, I don't think they're doing that, BZ.
Okay, good. I feel like that would be very disrespectful for our future co-worker.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's alright with sharing.
Oh, true.
A bolt of lightning strikes in the distance now.
Okay, I didn't mean with me.
All right then. Will you all eventually head on to sleep then?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And just head into sleep and then get ready for the next day.
Yep. Devix is gonna try and wake up a bit early, just to kind of see if Freya was able to get that meeting.
I'm gonna have a talk.
You're gonna have a talk with Damien in the
Yes.
Mindscape. Alrighty then. As you go to sleep, you will close your eyes and you will drift into the dream. And as your thoughts come to that of Damien once more, you will awaken in that same similar realm as always. As you awaken in that sort of dead twilight with that liquid that you stand upon in Crimson, and Damien sitting in his throne as he always is.
She will approach a bit kind of exacerbated, and she'll just move to just sit on his lap. You can
And
tell
he
she's
will
a
allow
bit
you
fed
to.
up.
And he will pat your head and stroke your hair as you sit there.
Are you unhappy with how that meeting turned out?
They do not trust you. They do not believe our view for the world is good. And they are hesitant to work with you because of it.
When I do not blame them for their hesitance, for they have no witness my grandeur in the same lengths as you. But I would give it time. Perhaps as the tides turn, as the lords fall, they will come to understand just what kind of world awaits upon the new dusk of destined tomorrow.
I hope they do. I understand they want to be strong enough to take down the lords, but as we stand, the lesser are still a struggle. Greater aren't even in question.
You will need time, protection, and guidance before you could ever wish to stand up to the greater Lord.
I know there's a future where they still will choose to go after you. They will not participate in such.
I have no doubt. Even should we partner, I am no fool. I know that once all have been fallen, should they still not see my grace and benevolence, that I will be the next for their blade to be aimed at. But that decision is theirs to make. And if it is the one they wish to commit to in the end, then I shall cleave them down all the same, and give them the end they chose for themselves. I will, at least, do them the honor of not prolonging their suffering. In honor of your existing friendship to them as fellow kin of the night.
I've been thinking about something.
Indeed.
I know it is not a decision to make lightly. One I still have consideration on, just because I wonder if I deserve such. But after meeting Lucian and Camilla again and seeing how we had to flee from those abominations, I know I'm nowhere near strong enough. I know it would take a long time for me to gain the strength. And I know our initial agreement that I truthfully sort of imposed on you was once I kill the first vampire lord. But
My dear, you need only say the word.
I know. But I still wish to give you something in exchange.
That is your decision to make, and I will reward you appropriately.
I know that they are all looking at me. I know that they do not fully trust me. I'm not stupid. I know the way they murmur to each other. In fact, it angers me that they think I am so foolish. So I have a bit of important knowledge I would love to bestow to you. The reason in which we are here is because there is still a Belmont in Wallachia. And I hope that he will join them towards the end. And you will finally get your fight with a Belmont like you've always wanted.
You see as you
Yes.
speak, you
He
will
is
sort
too
of
cowardice.
feel sitting on his lap. His entire demeanor shifts the moment you say there's a Belmont in Wallachia. As if he's frozen in place. And as you look up and sort of look at his face, you see an expression you don't think you've ever seen on him before. You see that his eyes are wide, his pupils dilated, and his fanged mouth is in the largest grin that you have ever seen. His expression is that of pure ecstasy, of unlike any you've seen before.
Apparently he is a coward. He does not want to fight any of the vampires. But if we can kill the rest of them and only you remain, I'm sure then he would be willing to fight you.
You would never lie to me.
Never.
That means that.
You see he freezes again before he sort of, with his arms, he picks you up as he stands up and he puts you off of his lap as he sort of stands up. And for a second, he just stands there before, with a gust of wind in the blink of an eye, you see he turns around and he slashes his claw in the air. And as he does, the entirety of the throne that he was sitting on and the pile of bodies that he sits on in this realm will just be torn to pieces of rubble, as well as you can even see a little scar in the night sky as the water ripples.
Finally, after all this time, a Belmont lives. Someone worthy of my ire. A true hero to stand before the Dark Lord, whose death shall crown my reign or bring my end, just as the All-Father before me. Oh, my dear.
And you see he will turn around and he will grab you by the waist and pick you up and swirl you around.
You have outdone yourself. Oh, this is the happiest I've been since we met. You have truly proven yourself, darling.
I'm so glad to hear that.
This is more than I could have ever asked for.
And you see he will put you down, and as he does, you have never seen... Damien shows emotions. He's a lot more emotional than someone like Lucian, and especially Carmilla, who has none. But you have never seen him express emotions to this intensity before. And you see he can't help but wipe that, like, grin off his face, like a child at Christmas.
You have more than proven yourself.
And you see he will take his claw and he will grab at his shoulder before he will tear his own chest open with the claw, sort of rending his clothes as they fall to the side, and 5 large gashes just across his chest as his crimson blood sort of drips down it.
So go on, my faithful disciple, my dearest partner. Crown yourself in my blood, so that we may walk together forevermore to the promised dusk of tomorrow.
She will smile up at him and she will lean forward and she will drink.
And he will simply, with his arms outstretched, laughing at the top of his lungs, he allows you to drink and feast from his chest, becoming one of his, a vampire of Damien Lazarus. And he will let you feast for however long you wish.
She would do so for a couple minutes before pulling away.
Tell your friends I will help them. Regardless of whether they wish for it or not, regardless of whether they will betray me in the end, I care not. Even if I should come to the very end, to all the vampires slain, and should you all turn to stake me as that of Judas, I will not care. For I will have my destined duel with the warrior of the day, the hunter of the night. If I am to die by the Belmont's hand in the end of all things, then I would accept no greater fate. For so it is, the fate and destiny of the hunter and the predator.
As you wish, my love.
Indeed, my love.
And he will simply sort of walk up to you and give you a hug with the scars sort of healing over now due to his latent factor and you having cleaned up most of the blood from his chest. You can feel as he hugs you, his heart does not pump, but you can feel just the thrum of his body as he is almost vibrating in excitement.
She hugs him back, and I am so happy to have been able to tell you such news.
I am happy you have delivered it. And I cannot wait to meet this Belmont at the final day.
And he will simply embrace you until you are ready to fade from the dream.
She will hug him for a bit more before doing so.
And so you will eventually awaken. And so will everyone else. And as you all awaken and you come out of your tents and you get ready and prepared, you see something very unusual and different for Wallachia. As you awaken and exit your tents, you see not a cloud in the sky. And you see the sun peering over the horizon, shining brightly at the dawn of a new day.
BZ just points at the sun. What the fuck is that? I'm just kidding.
Wasn't it supposed to be eternal night here or something?
You would know that the sun is out, but it's usually... Eternal night was back when Dracula was around, but it is usually very cloudy and very... The sun is usually obscured most times. It rarely fully is visible.
Okay.
Even during day. So this is unusual, but not like unseen.
Great. The time we decide to come to Transylvania, the sun decides to come out.
consider it a blessing, considering that most creatures of the night don't typically like the sun.
Eh. Devik's gonna start just kind of packing stuff up. Okay, so what are we doing today then?
Continuing on our travels, trying to get to that, you know where.
You can tell that he's sort of like worried that he might say something in like this domain that Damien is in.
Oh. Did Lucifer and Freya wake up?
Yeah.
Freya wakes up, but she takes a bit to get out of her tent.
Okay. Jevix does the usual, like, kind of like shaking the tent a bit, but not like, making sure he's not looking in, just like, hey, we're packing up.
And you will see, as she steps out, she has her normal veil pulled significantly farther up her face to cover it as she steps out.
Not a fan of the sun.
Not anymore.
Jevix looks up at the sun like, need more. Eh. And just goes back to packing stuff up.
All right, then. You all pack up and prepare to leave, correct? And continue your
Yes.
travels.
Yep.
As you are
I'll say-
traveling... Oh, go ahead.
She is veiled, I will say, at least for Lucifer. You would catch a glimpse of her and you would recognize the fact that she now has red eyes.
No.
Noted.
As she will climb up upon Bethany.
And as you all begin to set off, this being your second day traveling into Transylvania, about halfway through the day's travel, as you're following as you have both the map out as well as your makeshift instructions to these locations, no perception check is needed as you all begin traveling over a hill, and as you crest over the hill, you see something that is awe-inspiring. Something that many of you have most likely only ever heard of, or seen in drawings or fairy tale books. As you crest the hill and you lay eyes upon the old, abandoned, but still highly towering castle of Dracula. In the distance, far in front of you, looming high above the forests and piercing into the clouds, casting a massive shadow over the land.
Ugh.
It's somewhat beautiful, oddly, but eerie and seemingly abandoned.
Honestly, I feel like this is a lot. Like, for one family? For one?
Lucifer, do you send something in there? I know you've got your whole...
Oh, this is
Sense-
like
Far too far
hundreds
away.
of. This
Yeah.
is really far away. It's just that fucking big that you can see it from here.
Okay.
this would be like another day or two's worth of travel away.
What a great cliffhanger.
And as you come across it, you realize, Jevix, as you look down using it as a center point, you actually have two directions you could go. You could go and continue towards the castle and eventually behind it to where you've approximately triangulated the Belmont Hold to. But also, you can see the shadow that this massive castle casts. And it seems to fall over a sort of decently big mountain with trees around it, and lines up with a secondary location that you all have found, sort of marked on the map, and then also calculated through the words of the Death Knight. After all, that was the Dark Lord's castle, and Transylvania is the heart of Wallachia. However, the two places, the Belmont Hold and whatever location this riddle advice is leading you to, are on the opposite sides of the castle.
Okay.
The question is, which do you go to first? Do you follow the words of the Death Knight and the forgotten prophecy? Or do you head to the hold, following the clues of the Belmont's journal, and arm yourselves with whatever you can find there to give you the advantage?
Do we only have time for one? Like, if we go for one,
You
is
don't,
it
as
like...
far as you know, you don't have a time limit.
Okay.
So really, it's a question of which are you going to first?
I
The hold
think we should go.
or the other place?
I think we should go for the hold first.
Sounds good.
It's always good to stock up on things, and in case we wake up someone that may not want to be woken up just yet, we may be in for a fight.
Sure, that's fair.
Sounds good to me.
So, you are all heading to the hold then, when next we pick up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Woohoo!
And so it shall be. And with that, as you all begin to head off towards Dracula's castle, that is where we will end this session of Castlevania Blood Death. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for playing. And is it Thursday yet?
Is it Thursday yet?
Is it Thursday?
Bye-bye.
Friday, what are you guys talking about?
Hello.